Alright, I'm trying to set up some audio things right now, and I've got ads playing on Twitch. Do I have some music, however? Commander Keith, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Appreciate that. The bot talking about the perfect torque on an engine bolt. Oh my god, yeah, it's looking at the title of the stream and all that fancy crap, isn't it? Let's see here. I'm trying to find... I do not understand what happened with Spotify. Because Spotify used to have a thing where... Oh, there it is. Okay, I see what they did. They completely broke that stuff. Why can I not find... Dude, I have not streamed in a while. Like, I streamed several days in a row, when I, what is it called? I streamed several days in a row when Final Fantasy XIV came out with their new expansion, but because of my medical stuff with my septum and everything, it's completely, like, it's hard for me to stream. It's hard for me to, well, I can stream, I can't talk. And that's where the problem is. Why has this thing vanished again? Nambrock, thank you very much for the resub as well, dude. Appreciate that. Okay, why is my really slow motion playlist gone? Managed to get the... Yeah, I did see that. You got the, Oh, God, I forgot what it's called now. Solid state... something. So, like, I have one myself. I just completely blanked on what it's called. Solid state relay. Thank you. Yeah, that... The whole thing with that solid state relay is, like, you just have to sit there and make sure the wires are connected properly. Like, when you think about what it's doing, it makes complete sense. It's just working up to that. It's like, am I doing this right? Because you got 220 running through it, right? Yeah, like, when I first turned it on, too, I was like, I got my fire extinguisher ready. Like, I'm ready to yank everything out of the wall. Like, oh my god, it was tense, yeah. It was very tense. Volume 5. Volume 10. Alright, so this is going to be mainly for people on Twitch. Anyone watching on Twitch, can you hear the music? Just takes an age to cool down now? Yeah, Volume 5. Oh, you can't hear music. What? Volume 20? There's no music playing? Okay, just making sure. Like, just having the stream with, like, me just grunting as I'm doing stuff would be kind of annoying, so wanted to get some background noise that I'm allowed to play. Alright. Cool, good to know. Volume 10. So, my volume 10. Volume 5? I don't know why. It seems like it's a lot louder than normal. Do that. All right. So yeah, here's my big problem right now, okay? Is because I have the hole in my septum. Essentially the two chambers of my nose has a hole in it, so the air is going back and forth and it messes everything up. My big problem is that when I talk, it's causing all the crap in there to kind of go back, and I start like choking on it. Like it's bad. Like it's like I start gagging on it. So if I'm sitting there and like stopping to swallow like I just did, that's why, and it gets really, really irritated. So that's why I haven't really been streaming as much as I used to. And then I also have to use this nasal spray stuff to try to keep the edges of the hole damp so it doesn't dry out and crack and bleed, and then that is one of the worst headaches you'll ever have in your life. But we're going to go work on that now. If I'm over here, can you guys hear me fine on the microphone, or do I need to actually set up the wireless one? Time. Can you guys hear me if I'm over near the engine? Fine, or do I need to actually set up the lavalier mic? Little soft. It's fine. Okay, cool. I'll just use that then. All right, so step one today, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the crankshaft. I'm going to set the crankshaft into place, okay? Where this camera is on this little tripod deal, I can't really move it to and from it to get up close views, but I can like point some things out. For example, inside here already, I already have the bearings in there, okay? Those are the bearings. In fact, I purposely left a bearing out so I can show you how they install. Okay. These are the caps. You can see how I did not install the bearing in the one. So what we're going to do, and this is where, okay, in the cap, you will notice one side of the cap has this little notch. You guys see that? Okay. The bearings are designed where they also have a little notch in them. Kind of hard to see there. But that will literally go in one way. And that's it. They just sit in there. That is what the crankshaft will be essentially riding on. You'll notice here, there's holes. That's where oil comes out, and it goes to the crankshaft itself. Now the part, actually let me show you another thing here. So as an example, this is main cap 5. I know this because it has the number 5 stamped in it. You'll also notice that it has an arrow on this side pointing this way. So this will end up going right here in the number 5 thing facing the front of the motor, right? Now, the next part is I need to make sure that the clearances are right, okay? So I'm going to take the crankshaft, put it into position, and very carefully lower it down, because right now at this moment there is no lubrication on it at all. You cannot spin it because now you have metal on metal contact. You do not want that. So That's the crankshaft. Okay. And all I'm going to do is take it. All right, so I just got it into position, and you might notice that I just picked it up a little bit and rotated it and set it back down. You have to pick it up because you cannot rotate it because that metal-on-metal contact is bad. I'm an idiot. I forgot to do a thing. I got to take those back off. I forgot an important step of what we're doing right now. So right here, I have this stuff that is called Plastigauge. All right, and Blood Mama Fishy, what's up, dude? How you doing today? So Plastigauge, it is essentially a little piece of plastic, and it's squishy. But when it gets squished, it holds its shape essentially. What I'm going to do is I am now going to use my razor blade, and I'm going to cut 5 little pieces of this. And I'm going to sit there and lay them essentially this way on each of the 5 cranks. What we're doing right now is I want to make sure that the clearances are correct. So this is essentially a sanity check for me. My machinist already did all this stuff, but this is more of for my own kind of thing. And yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to put these pieces on all 5 crank journals, put those caps back on, tighten them all down to full spec, and then remove them and take a look at it and see how much they squished. This thing actually has, and this might be a little bit difficult because it is green. It essentially has a gauge where if it squishes out that much, the clearance is that much. So, kind of a nice little thing to let you make sure that it is proper clearance. So, let me get this stuff out now. Just had sweet corn for lunch. I still haven't finished those series of quests. The funny thing is I know where the corn guy is next, too, in the game. So I have to go over there and do that. So, I shit you not, this is literally it. That little tiny thin piece of green stuff. That's it. So, let me get a razor blade out real quick and cut this thing. Actually, no, I've got these really good scissor things here. Do they all have stamped arrows and numbers? Yes, all of them do. In fact, I'll go, when I get to that part again, I will go into detail and show you each one. The 1, 2, 3, and 5 are stamped. 4 is actually molded in. Again, I'll show you when we get there. All right, so I'm going to just take this plastic gauge material. And it's literally just being laid across. The hard ones are going to be the ones in the middle. And that one's gone. So I turned the crankshaft so those oiling holes are not where it needs to squish at. And I dropped it. Damn it. Now, my understanding with this as well, plastic gauge, it is petroleum based. So technically I could squash it in there and then run the motor afterwards, but because I'm squashing it without any lubricant, that would be bad. So we're going to go in, squash it, get our clearances, take it back off, clean it all back off, and then reassemble it with all the lubrication. So now, here's number 5. You can see how it has the 5 stamped in it, and again, the arrow that faces forward, right? So that one will go in the number 5 position. And remember, I told you that the number 4 one was different. That one is actually molded into that one. No idea. Well, actually, no, I know exactly why. You notice this one has a smaller little thing, right? The thing that makes number 4 different from all the others is that this is also what the thrust washers ride on. So the number 4, it's kind of hard to see. Probably won't be able to see it. There's a little bit of extra clearance in the front of and behind on this one only, and that's the thrust washers to allow the crank to only move forward and backwards only so much. Those are not currently in right now because we're not at that stage of the assembly. But the number 4, the thrust washers, which I know I have somewhere. Hold on. Oh, great. Hold on. Have I now lost my thrust washers? Well, I had them. Where'd I put them? Hold on. Now I'm trying to remember where I had them. Well, Sorry, guys. Now I seem to have... I must have set down my thrust washers somewhere, and now I have no idea where they are. Great. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is probably what's going to be most of my stream today, is me trying to locate the shit shit that went missing. I swear I just had these things. Sorry you ate them. Give them back. I need those. Oh, come on. Like, seriously, like, what the hell did I do with them? Oh, this is going to drive me crazy. Because I literally just had them a moment ago. They're not in there. Wondering if I put them into one of these boxes and they didn't mean to. Not in there. Not in there. Ah. So these are thrust washers. Okay? They will go on either side of the block, and it will prevent the crank from going forward and backwards. Again, when we get to that, I'll point out exactly where they go. All right, so let's continue this. All right. All right. So this is now the messy part of the job. These nuts and washers that go on top, I have them in, oh, what's this material called? Hold on. Oh, I know I have more of it somewhere here. And also, I apologize. You're gonna see me take breaks frequently because of how bad my back is as well. So just be aware of that. Where? I keep misplacing my damn chemicals. There it is. Okay. So yeah, I've got this fastener assembly lubricant. what this stuff is supposed to do is that, at least for these ones that I'm putting on right now, you want the friction between the bolt and the nut to be the same. So when you go to torque them down, you get a very clear, clean torque reading, and you're not getting variation because of friction between each bolt and stuff. So that's essentially what's happening. And all I've done is I've taken everything. All the bolts and stuff are inside this bag, and it's full of that lubricant, so it just got on everything. So again, like I said, this is the messy part. In fact, what I'm going to do here, move that off to the side. Get one of these lint-free claws. I'm just going to pour them all out. Volume 20. volume 5. Volume 5. All right, so all I've done so far is put the 10 bolts in. I have hand tightened them. And you'll notice that I went from the middle out, right? That spreads the load out evenly. Now that they're all in, now I need to get my actual torque wrench out and actually torque them to spec. These are going to be torqued to 60 foot-pounds. However, you have to do them in stages. So we're going to torque everything down to 20, 40, and then 60. So for that, let's see here. I've got my small extension. Okay. And then the piece that I've literally been waiting months to show up. This thing. So this is my new digital torque wrench. What are you doing? Buddy. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to work on the motor with you underneath it, buddy. God. Swear, cat. All right. So. Been having a lot of fun on Blade and Sorcery. Nice. I remember hearing. I'm trying to remember if that's one of the ones that I played in the past. I don't remember if I did or not. Oh no, I think the game I'm thinking of is Asgard's Wrath. I think I've seen Blade and Sorcery played though. Okay. All right, so let me see if I can figure out how to get this thing to work. So my understanding is you power it on. Let's see here, units, inch pounds, foot pounds, kilogram meters. So we're going to set it for inch pounds and foot pounds, yeah. So we're going to do, what did I say? 20? So this kind of torque wrench uses what is called a load cell. Okay, so 20. And then all you do is you put it on there. Turn it where it'll actually tighten. And I apologize. I need to do this without my headphones on so I can actually hear the sounds this thing makes. Might have a ways to go to tighten it down. Nice thing with this too is that it actually has the ability to light up, so you can really see it as well. tight. I'm just going to snug these up because it's a lot looser than I thought it would be. Ooh, very cool. Can you guys actually hear that beeping? So what happens is that I'm gonna move the camera slightly, so bear with me. Okay, so this time I'm having the camera focus on the actual thing up here. And in fact, let's go bright. Okay. See how now it's actually showing you the number? So as it gets closer, it beeps more and more rapidly and also gives you a visual indicator. Now the reason why you see the number go up and then down is because literally that stuff that we put on here is allowing it to slide a little bit. So it's giving a little bit and allowing the proper torque value to show up. So now that you kind of understand what's going on, let me see if I can now do this a little bit faster. Okay, 20's done. Let's bump this up. Okay, up to 40. Lumpy taters, yeah. I Give me a second. I gotta now look at this. I don't remember how much I bought this for. Like, I've got the clicker ones too, and they work absolute fine. My only annoyance with the clicker ones is that for stuff that I'm trying to be really precise with, I have to. So yeah, I bought this for $109. So I mean, it was well reviewed. Let me see if I can get you guys a URL so you can see the exact one. Make sure the URL actually works. Yeah. Yeah, you have to go out and like calibrate it. $109. And I will put this on the YouTube as well. So people there. What scale is this? We're doing foot-pounds right now. 40 foot-pounds. We'll be going up to 60, however. I think. What am I feeling? I have a feeling it wasn't seated all the way down, so me tightening it is actually getting it to seat properly, too. Settled there. But yeah, it's so far so good. I mean, it's a nice wrench thing. The cool thing, in fact, let me actually show you guys this. Give me one moment. Is it actually comes with a calibration report. Okay, so they actually give the applied torque forces and what the reading was, so you can actually kind of compensate for, I think, up to 340 foot-pounds of torque. So there, at 340, there is a 0.95, I'm sorry, a negative 0.28% error. So, aka, if you set it for 340 and apply 340 to it, it actually is putting out 340.95. So it's slightly more, and it actually has all the error numbers where you can actually compensate for that. So it's nice. But yeah, keep that with the actual tool so you always have those numbers. So we're done with 40. Let's go up to 60. And remember too, I've got to take all this back off. So this is just to essentially do a sanity check and make sure that our clearances are proper. Most clickers are plus. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is like load cells can be really, really nice, especially if you got something like this that is designed to be for that purpose. Like I have a clicker right here. I have my own. This one's in inch pounds, but this one it goes until the head snaps. Which, in fact, for those that have never ever seen one of these before, let me actually pull up a thing. So let's see. 60 foot-pounds and 720 inch-pounds of pressure. So let's go crank this down. So, okay, so actually, let me show you this. The way these work is it's essentially a spring inside here. And you'll see that there is numbers written on this. It's a little bit hard to see because it's not wanting to focus and it's chrome. There's also a series of numbers on this going around, okay? So this one starts off at 120. Again, really hard to see, but I now have it on 0. Okay? If I take this and start screwing it in, it screws up, and we're bringing it up to, we're going to bring this one up to 480, which is closer to the 40 pounds. Now, there is a little thing on the end that you need to be adjusting at the same time. So this is not final torque spec. But once we get up to 480, tighten that down so it does not move. Let's get my piece here. So the way these work is they break, okay? So you put them on, and when you pull them, see how it makes that clicking sound? It's essentially like a bucking spring, and when you reach the torque rating, the actual wrench snaps and breaks on you. Now, when you go back, it resets so you can use it again, but that's essentially how those work. I'm not gonna go up to 720 inch-pounds, which is 60 foot-pounds yet. I'm gonna kind of go in between because I want to show you it actually turning one of these and how it breaks. So here we go. Now, this is a little bit harder because I now have a foot of leverage instead of 3 feet of leverage. So, see how it makes that loud clicking sound? That little pivot in the top actually breaks. And then it's recommended that when you're not using it, you do want to release the pressure on it so it's not having that spring under tension constantly. So you'll see it when I'm not using it. I essentially just release the spring so it's not spring memory. Yeah, always back to 0. I'm now wondering, can I do this straight on or do I not have enough room? Okay, so here we are. We're at 60. Okay, let's actually go up to 60. Now, I might need to go get some shoes on so I can, or maybe not, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, the hard part is just getting the leverage right now. And, yeah, I'm in my basement right now. I brought this engine block down here because I was expecting when Final Fantasy XIV released its new update, I was expecting hour-long queue times like with the previous update. No, queue times were like 5 minutes, so wasn't able to do this last week, so now we're doing it now. Trying to make sure that it's perfectly vertical. I don't want any twist in it. So. And sorry, again, the reason why I keep going back and forth to the computer is to just make sure I'm not missing any chat from anybody. Okay, that's done for now. Yep, gotta take them off again. Oh, yay. I'm just gonna let it sit for a minute. I'm gonna drink my drink. And again, yeah, for those that are new to my stream, I am retired U.S. Air Force. I have a lot of stuff broken with me. Broken back, nerve damage, bunch of stuff. So that's why I'm sitting down constantly. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. All right. So, highly recommend do not use your torque wrench to remove bolts. Do not want to mess with the calibration. So, if I can remember where the hell I put my other wrench. Why is it when I need something, it's always missing? I swear I just had it a moment ago, too. Just like the damn thrust washers. Where'd I put them? I swear. I'm going to go get something else. Hold on. I did have them a moment ago, out in the garage. Let's see here. Why is it suddenly so hot in the basement? One moment, I'm getting some airflow through this room. Why the hell? Trying to think of any other additional heat sources I turned on. Usually I keep this basement at like 73 on the dot. It's like at almost 80 right now, and I don't know why. Alright, I'm going to use the breaker bar just to get them all off. And essentially I'm loosening them in the reverse order that I tightened them. So I was going middle, back, forward, so now I'm going to go reverse essentially. This stuff still is a mess. Alright, now to make a mess again. I'm able to get the washers to stick to the actual nut itself. So I'm trying to pull them off in one piece. This one might not do that as easily. That one does not want to come off. It's loose, but I'm just so much of this lubricant stuff on it. It's really hard to stay sticky. I'm sure that people that have put engines together before do this a lot faster than me. This is the first time I've ever done it, so I'm making sure I'm doing all the steps as carefully as I can. Again, right now we're at the sanity check phase, and we're just making sure that our tolerances between the crankshaft and its main bearings are proper size. Alright, so now, let me get these back off. Can you guys see the plastic gauge there? That's what we're going to be measuring to make sure the clearances are right. So, I've got to find that little piece of material. Oh, where'd I... Of course I misplaced that now, right? There you are. So let's see here. Okay, so what you do is, let me actually get this thing where you guys can actually read it. Okay, So I'm using this portion of the gauge, okay? This first green block, if it squishes out that big, that means that I have 0.001 of an inch clearance, meaning squashed down a lot, right? And going down, the white block is now 0.015, 0.002, and 0.003. So I'm using that to determine how big of a clearance I have. So as you can see, it's not as big as the 0.001, but it is about the proper size for 0.015. Nice. Which is right where it should be. So that one is good. And that's essentially all I'm doing is I'm just going through all these. I'll clean all these off here in a moment, but first things first, let's get all of them off. I'm trying my hardest not to have the mallet touch the crankshaft. But I'm trying to get these off. These ones I can measure on either or. Kind of squash between the two. This mallet that I'm using is called a dead blow hammer, a dead blow mallet. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There's like BB shot inside of this. So when you hit something, the BBs inside bounce around and absorb the energy. So you get a very solid hit whenever you hit something. And you won't get it to bounce off and everything. So they're nice. That one's going to be a pain in the ass because this part of the crankshaft is kind of in the way. Patrick. How you doing today? I couldn't tell if the music dancing on rainbow. Big fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbow. Big fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbow. It changed to that measurement. No, the oil will not. And that's the specific reason why I did it dry. I needed to get the actual clearance measurement, not it with oil trapped between it. Because even oil, you're literally talking about thousandths of an inch. Whole week's going to be hot? Yeah. It's going to be nasty. I've got to, sometime this week I gotta go mow the yard too, which I'm not looking forward to. But yeah, having oil on it, that's one of the reasons why I did it dry, is I don't want that film of oil to be throwing off the measurement at all. So, give me a second. I need to find my knife. Somewhere's a knife. There's my knife. Hold on a minute. Just hate getting that gunk underneath my fingernails, because it just works its way further and further in. Okay. All right. And yeah, if another thing too, I should also mention, when I was in the Air Force, I was an aircraft mechanic. So, my cleanliness level is what I would do if I was working or trying to work on stuff. There were times where we would literally turn parts away because they would show up with them covered in grease and shit. And it's like, no, not working on that. Like, take it over to the wash. They've got literally pressure washers that have heated water. They're great. They cut through all the grease. All right. So, yeah. So the next steps I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be taking the crankshaft back out. I'm going to be measuring all the plastic gauge remnants across either the plastic gauge or the end caps. When that's good, I've got assembly lube over there, and we're going to make a huge mess. Or at least, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right. Okay, 0015, good. So another thing too, this engine came out of my 1997 Mazda Miata, or MX-5, whatever you want to call them. And it is a 1.8 liter. That is the size of engine that they had in the U.S. during that time. And, yeah. There was nothing wrong with the motor itself when I took it out, other than the fact that the only thing that was wrong was the motor that was in the car. The crankshaft keyway was wallowed out. There was nothing wrong with the motor other than the key shaft being all messed up. Now, I could have gone in with a file and JB weld and put a keyway back in it, and it would have run for years. Like, would not have an issue with it. However, that was when I decided, nope, pull the entire motor out, start taking it apart. And then I got the idea, like, hey, since we're taking the motor out, and my plan was to, because I had two motors, right? Take the bad motor that had burnt pistons, but a good crankshaft, aka the crankshaft that is in there now, and and move it to the other motor, which had good pistons, but now a bad crankshaft. And as I pulled it out, I was like, you know what? Why don't I just build this motor? And that's essentially where we're at now, is we're in the build the motor phase. So I took everything apart, took the block to a machine shop. These pistons are slightly larger than what comes in the car stock. So if the stock engine is a 1.8 liter, this is where the weird stuff with engine calculations goes, is I'm still the same displacement. So even though I've gone slightly larger pistons, these pistons are actually less compression. So I went from, and let me now pull open the thing just to make sure I'm giving you the thing, and you can fuck off, guy. I don't want your damn view bots. Those suck. I enjoy having, what is it called? Oh yes, a community. View bots don't do that shit. All right, let's see here. 97 Miata compression ratio. So the stock 97 Mazda Miata had a 9-to-1 compression ratio. So 9-to-1. Let's see here. The pistons that I have in the car now are... No, not that. Hold on. So the compression ratio, the pistons that I have in the car now are 8.5-to-1. So, and Dittrick, thank you very much for the bits. I do not, let me put these back on so I can possibly hear the things. Are the alerts going through or not? Because again, I can't hear them. Uh-oh. It did? Okay, good. Why am I not getting audio now? There it goes. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is now... I'm going to have to go through that and completely clean them off. Again, most of the stream is going to be me looking around for something I thought I knew where it was and finding out that I lost it. There it is. just getting that plastic gauge material off. Got to do this on both the end caps. These aren't end caps. What do you call these? Main caps? The main caps and the crankshaft itself. The crankshaft's going to be fun. You do not use metal to scrape this crap off. Again, remember, this stuff is supposed to dissolve in oil, so when the engine starts up and through the break-in phase, it will dissolve and essentially be washed away. What would be the solution if it all didn't measure up? It would essentially be the putting the engine together tonight would be done with, and I would just have to go online and order different bearings that have a slightly different dimension. And I'd end up playing some other game. That would be what would end up happening. Okay. So, other things I should mention. Because this is a 97 Miata engine, or I should more specifically say it's a BP, Bravo Papa, a BP series engine. These engines were back when Mazda and Ford had a engine building partnership. So these engines show up in both Mazdas and Fords. Mazda Miata, Mazda 323, the 4-cylinder Ford Ranger, Ford Escort, and I'm pretty sure there's other ones too, but I just don't remember them off the top of my head. But all those vehicles, if a lot of times if they had a 4-cylinder engine, around the mid to mid 2000s, I guess. Several of them were BP motors. Fiesta, I don't think, did we have the Fiesta in the U.S.? They might have. I think, in Europe at least, they kept the 1.6 liter engine as an option for a while. In the U.S., the 1.6 liter engine was in the Miata from 89, first year that it came out, until 95. In 96 is when they went to the 1.8 liter in the U.S. cars. And then, so that was 96, 97, mine being a 97. There wasn't technically a 98 Miata, and then the 99 was the new body style. Like, mine's the first gen with the pop-up headlights. Yeah, they didn't... The second generation came out with the 1.8, and they kept the 1.8 throughout its entire run, as far as I'm aware. So, let me actually show you what I'm doing. So you can kind of look in there and you see that slight discoloration where it was at. I just discovered that my hand oils, I just rub my hand oils on that, can actually make it go all the way away. So I'm just redoing that with the first two bearings. Also, what am I hearing? Oh, that's what I'm hearing. Pause music. Oh, I know what I'm hearing. Hold on. I thought I was going crazy. Thought I was going crazy. Yeah. I have another game running in the background, and I was like, what the hell's that? Pause music. Okay, now you guys should hear music, right? When I reconnected the headphones, it reconnected into Final Fantasy, and there was somebody performing in the background, and that wasn't muted on my side. I was like I heard additional music on top of what was playing. Volume 20. The beginning of this song, I thought it was Back to the Future for a moment. Oh, I heard that. That's loud. Thank you very much for the bits. Again, dude, I don't know, I don't know why it's not playing the other audio thing, though. It should be playing the other audio, and it's not now. Super weird. All right. Before I put this in the car, since I'm like using my hand oils to help break down this thing and get all of the material out, I am wiping it down with alcohol, which is what is on this rag here. Getting all that additional crap off my bearings. Oh. Dittrick, again, dude, thank you very much for the bits, man. I appreciate it. I don't know why it's not working properly. I don't know. Yeah, that seems to be the trick to getting all the residue off. Use my fingernail to scrape as much of it off as possible and then rub it till it goes away. Oh, I just rubbed it hard enough that the bearing just came out. Let me just do this then. There we go. So those little notches on it, the little notches on this, let me show you again. So that notch that the bearing rides in, they there's a notch on the opposite side too, that the notches are both on the same side, so they both should fight each other and keep the bearing from spinning in the thing. So that's essentially how it keeps itself centered. What's happening here? We are working on putting my motor together. We just put the crankshaft in and tightened everything down. We just got done checking all the clearances. Clearances are good. I'm in the process of removing the Plastigauge residue from everything, and then we're going to do final assembly. So, got it all off of the 5 things there. And here's the crankshaft. Oh, wow, it comes off of this so much easier than the other thing. Again, I probably don't need to do this, but okay, wettest countries, yeah. We had a bunch of flooding around where I was. I'm like up on a hill, so it can't reach me, but there were some areas to the south of the state that were pretty flooded. Because we've had a bit of rain. On a hill, yeah. Where I am, it would have to flood the entirety of Minneapolis to get up to me. So I'm a little bit lucky like that. My only concern would be if the rain came down in such a way where it caused the hill behind me to get soft and roll down like a mudslide or something. But it has, like, it's rained what is normal for here. Last year, oh my god, we had no rain at all last year. I think we had more rain in one day last week than we had all last summer. It was crazy. All right. I got all that wiped off. I'm going to go upstairs and use the Gojo scrubber to get all this residue off my hands. And then we're going to start putting the engine together for the final time. All right. I'm going to do one final alcohol wipe down of the crankshaft, and then we will be good to go. Okay, good to go. Well, no, I wouldn't say it's brand new. It's not damaged. The previous crankshaft that was in the car had a bad keyway, which, by the way, let me. Sorry, I'm getting this bottle of assembly lube opened up. This stuff is very nasty and sticky, and I don't want to. I just went upstairs and washed my hands, and I need to do it again. I just got it on my fingers. I'll be putting the gloves on here in a moment. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey. 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 What are you doing? What are you doing? That's not Malcolm. Hey, 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 hey. What are you doing, buddy? Hey, hey, hey. Buddy, what are you doing? God, cat, I swear. What are you doing? You can't be here when I'm putting liquid in the engine, buddy. You gotta get out of here. You gotta go. Thank you. That's not Malcolm. That is not Malcolm. Malcolm is upstairs in bed, like chilling and asleep. Intruder, right? That one is Muppet. I didn't name him. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're sitting underneath my desk over there. All right, let's do this. So here I've got some assembly lube. And before I do anything, let me get my gloves again. All right, so I put a bunch of assembly lube on the bottom, on all the bearings there. We're going to drop the crankshaft in. Let me see if I can do something here. Hold on. All right, if you look in there, you'll notice that there is a lip. You can kind of see the shine of the metal changing right there, but there's actually a lip on the number 4 bearings on the front and the back. That is where this, the thrust washer, will sit inside, one on either side. Okay? Now the nice thing with this is that you don't need to have it on when you're putting the crankshaft in, thank God, because otherwise it'd be a pain. Spider on the wall. All right, let's do this. You can see how it has a little bit of forward and back play, right? So now, this is where I take the thrust washer, completely coat it, and now this, with the two things facing outward, and that's it. You put it in there, and it slides around in that slot. And that now is what keeps it from moving this way. So now we're going to take the other one, and that's going to go on the front side, and that's what keeps it from moving backwards. You want to make sure that these two notches face out. And that's it. Again, the reason why I'm changing out my gloves so often is I'm trying to get the parts that I end up touching, not covered in all the crap. And I got a huge thing of these lint-free shop towels that I'm using here to wipe off where Simply Lube doesn't need to be, so it's a little bit cleaner for my hands to be in and around stuff. Next track. I swear we just heard that song. So yeah, don't know if you guys can see that or not. Hold on. It's kind of hard to see, but right. So using this finger, that's the end of one of them, and it comes out like right over here. So, you can kind of see the tip of one, and then again it goes on the block side around, and that's what keeps the it allows the crankshaft to do this, or better yet, it doesn't allow it to do that. But see, now that I actually have lubricant in it, I can actually twist it and not have to worry about metal on metal contact. So now let me get glove back up again. I have a few blue gloves, so hey, Malcolm. Here, buddy. Let's get you up in your seat. Yeah, I'm going to move my tools. You can sit in your seat. Get up here. Get up here. People are missing you. Get up here. Get up here. There you go. Whoa, lid came off. All right. Now Malcolm's down here. All right, let's get these end caps on. Again, number 5, facing the front of the motor. Putting a little bit extra in number 4 because you also need to get the front and rear of that, because that's kind of where the extra oil from those bearings will go. Number 3, I'd rather have extra than not enough, so Bless you, buddy. Bless you. You okay? Malcolm's over here sneezing. He's going to go get some water. Okay. Oh, I need to try to remember to straighten my back. I have a appointment with my doctor at the beginning of next month for them to... I gotta go in, we gotta do scans of my back again, and then they gotta set up the appointment to do the whole needle in my back thing again. The radio frequency ablation surgery. Goes in, burns the nerves, and then I don't have back pain for another year and a half, which is great. I am okay with being stabbed in the back if it gets rid of this back pain. Alright, so all I've done so far is just get the 10 of those snug. Let's get the big torque wrench ready again. Okay. Okay. So just making sure that they're fully seated down, and I'm going to redo that 21 again. Also, that being said, a little piece of rubber came off the hammer, so I was making sure that that blew all the way through and fell down through it. Hey, buddy. Doing okay? More treats? Here you go. There you go. There you go. Come out here where people can see you, though. There you go. Alright, let's keep doing this. Okay, doesn't seem like it's changing at all. I'm going to go right up to 40. Okay. Alright, so I think overall I'm done dripping stuff for now. So I'm going to move this out of the way. Is the tool okay? Is it okay? Yeah? Thank you. I think I got his approval. Another spider on the floor. What is it with all these spiders? Do you know why there's a spider here, buddy? Spider no more. Freaking little spiders. Where are they coming from? Didn't I spray the house for bugs? Yeah? Didn't I? Alright. Give me this back. Crap, where did I end off at? Did I get both front ones? Alright. And last but not least, bump it up to 60. I wish it was smart enough to kind of go, oh, I see that you're going forward until you get to a certain thing. How about we go even numbers, and then you can go for fine numbers from that. Right? Yeah. Oh, you're going to give me your belly? Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. There you go, buddy. Like, I could put my entire body weight into this and get a lot of torque on it. I'm just trying to do it really precisely, so that's why I've got my feet spread out so much and bracing myself. It's also the reason why I'm switching directions from this way to this way on the front ones. It's because there's so much leverage. It's trying to twist the entire stand underneath me, so I'm trying to change the direction that the torque is applied. Oh, man. How are you doing? Well, that's done. And again, guys, I apologize. It's just the whole thing. I have to sit down. Like, doing this, I have to rest so much in between whatever the hell I'm doing. But yeah, I broke my back over a decade ago, and I still have pain around my spine. The problem is the nerves won't stop firing, so I have to go in every couple of years for a procedure where they take needles, stick it in my back, heat them up, and it fries all the nerves. So then the nerves, they're still sending pain signals, but because there's no nerves to send them, I don't feel it. And then I can at least operate normally. So I think that might be done next month. Something like that. Cool. So there's that. Let's see what I got to do for this next part. Right? Let's see what I got to do. So now, because we do have the stuff on it, it is now free to rotate the crankshaft. It is running on that assembly lube we put on there. Now, if I had this motor out in the garage, I wouldn't worry about drips and everything, but it's in my basement right now. Right? Right? Yeah. You get that crap out of your eye. Come here. Come here. Yeah. There you go. Time. Oh, man. I just realized you guys don't hear that, do you? Because that's a voice attack. Oh, shoot. I left my light on my phone. Let's see here. Oh, the next part is to start assembling the piston and rods. So let me find my piston and rod balance sheet. Engine balancing. I need to add a new audio source here. One moment. Time.
5:28.
Can you guys hear that now? Hopefully that worked. Do you see something? I got the piston weights down to the same, the 100th of a gram. So those are equal. Pin weights also equal. And the rods. I have 2 rods that are slightly heavier overall weight. I take that back. No. I'm sorry. My bad. I have 2 pins that are slightly heavier and 2 rods that are slightly heavier. So I need to make sure I put the heavy rods with the lightweight pins. I got everything numbered. So the number 2 and 3 pins are heavier than the 1 and 4. So the other week we did all the rings. So I've got all the rings for each cylinder already done. We did that on a stream a few weeks ago. Nice little circlip installer. We'll get to that. Alright, let's see here. That's the number 2. That's the number 4. Don't know. Don't know. Okay. So, let me now show you guys these. So here are my new pistons. Of course, they're green screening. Hold on. Forged pistons, 84 millimeters. If you look on the inside, there is nothing done to the inside of this piston. This was the lightest weight piston. So pistons that were heavier, I ended up taking a grinder and taking a little bit of material off of these edges until this piston weighed as much as the lightest one. So the other three pistons have variations of that. This one wasn't as bad. You can see it's only some on the side. Not all the other edges too, but yeah. This part that I removed material from, that's when it's not under pressure, so it will do nothing for, it's not going to affect the strength at all. So all my pistons weigh exactly 295.4 grams. I think it's grams. Something, yeah. Okay, so what I've got to do now, though, is because I've got two of these pins are not marked, and I don't know which one's which. I need to pull out the scale again and measure them, just double check them. So this is like one of those lab grade scales. You have to put it down, and it actually has a little leveling thing on it where you got to make sure it's level before you calibrate it. There's the power cable. Oh, man. I actually have a 500 gram calibration weight here that, let's see here, turn it on, it's going to calibrate 0. Okay, it's good to go. Zero it out, put my 500 gram weight on it. It is 500.78, just like it. I've got my, it's essentially to make sure that it's reading the same every time. So we're at 500.78, which is what it has always read since I've got the thing. I'm now going to take the pins and I'm going to do a sanity check on this one. This one is marked for. .995 on my recording, 995 here. Okay, so that is 4. Confirm this is 2. Should be 9965. 9965, that one is 2. Okay, this one, that's the other 9965 one, so that's the number 3 one. And the last one should be 9952. And it is. Cool. So there, I've got all my pins. Let me get a, I just need a Sharpie for these until I put them in, then I'll wipe them down. 2, 3, 4. Okay. So there's those. Start getting all my stuff up here so I can start assembling. I'm going to try to raise them up and show you guys what I'm actually doing here. Okay. Keep the scale on. I need this powered up so I can test the weights. When I was doing the balancing of the rod assemblies, you have to balance the rod as a whole, and then you have to balance the half of the rod that is going up and down with the piston, and the other half of the rod that is going around and around with the crankshaft separately. So I ended up 3D printing a jig that held each end separately, so you could weigh the opposite end and only that side of the rod, essentially. So then you have the up and down motions are balanced opposite each other, and then the rotational part is balanced to each other, and then the entire weight of the assembly is balanced together. It's kind of crazy. This is actually the jig that I made. So it's got a bunch of ball bearings in it, so there's very little friction, and it allows gravity to hang down, and then the part would hang on this across on top of the scale, so you could balance each component individually. But that was the 3D printed jig I made. Kind of see how it works there. All right. All of my pistons, I have dots on the top of them indicating which piston is which. As an example, this is piston 4. It being on that side, it'll just burn off when the engine runs, so I'm not super worried about it. These are the rods. So you can see the size of the rods, and you can see how that one has 3 dots on it. Again, that'll wipe off. So now I want to pair the lightest weight, the 2 lightweight rods with the 2 heaviest pins, because that balances out. Like, what material is missing from this one, the pin makes up for it. So then the weight equals the same. All right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now, and sorry, you're going to see me just staring at my computer screen for a bit, because I'm trying to make sure that I've got all of these correct. Because the one pin does not go with the one rod. It's kind of a weird thing. Okay, so the 3 and 4 rods are the heavy ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take... Or wait, oh no, did I do that? Hold on. No. Okay, the 2 and 3 pins are the heavy ones. Okay. So what you want to do is you want them running opposite. So 3 and 2 will go to 4 and 2. And the reason, I'm sorry, 3 and 4, sorry. No. Sorry, I'm doing this wrong. Okay. So essentially what I'm doing is the heavier rods I want more towards the back of the motor, because that's the part that's better supported, because not only do you have the five main things that we just put on the engine, but then you have the flywheel, the clutch, it going into the transmission, all that stuff is on the back side of the motor. So that area is like just a little bit more stout, if that makes sense. So I am now going to take the 3 and 4 rods. They're good. Rod 4 will be paired with number 3 pin. Number 3 will be paired with number 2 pin. 2 will be paired with 4, and just to make this, well, no, I'm just, there, it's balanced. I've got everything laid out here in front of me. So now, I need to just start putting the pistons on the rods. So, here we are again, and I need to make a freaking mess. And I don't want to do this on my desk. Shit. Okay, let me clean out a spot on my little table over here. Then I'll see if I can move the camera so you guys can actually see what I'm actively doing. But this is going to make a mess, and I need space to make a mess. Oh, that was going to be a pain to get off. I might need to take these out into the garage real quick just to loosen these 8 bolts. Because I do not have a, I don't have a vise down here, sadly. Here we are again at the point where I'm like, I have no idea where I put my ratchet. Come on. I probably moved it out of the way to put this scale down and then completely lost track of it. Alright guys, real quick, I'm just going to go into the garage and I'm going to loosen all these up. I will try to get that done as quick as possible. Where's my box? I don't want to damage these trying to carry them. I've misplaced the box that these were in. Shit! How do I do this? I keep doing this. I swear I just had it like 5 seconds ago. I didn't throw it away, did I? No. Malcolm, do you know where they are? No. I see the pistons over there. Where'd I put the other box, buddy? There they are. All right. All right. I will be right back, guys, and then just need to just loosen them so I can get them off. Be right back. I'm going to try to get this where you guys can actually see what I'm doing, so just bear with me one moment. All right. You guys can still hear me, right? Awesome. Okay. Just want to double check. All right. So first things first, I need to get the marker off of the things. So let me get my alcohol here. Big towel. So I wrote the numbers on them. So, the rods, they have text on one side. I'm sorry, they have text identifying what rod they are on one side and then their manufacturer. I'm going to be building mine in the way where the manufacturer name is to the front of the motor. From what I understand, that's like the standard, and that is what I plan on doing. So, yeah. It also means... Hold on. Bear with me, I gotta look at this real quick. If I put... Oh, give me a moment. I gotta look at something. Hold on. Let me confirm online and make sure. Oh man, my back is freaking killing me. Is the SuperTech website down? Oh no, I have to load Edge. The SuperTech website's down, apparently. Trying to find... Okay, yeah. Turn that off. Alright, so the name is facing the front of the engine. I do kind of have this backwards because this is going to be 1, which is the front of the motor. This is the back of the motor. So kind of backwards from that. The name goes to the front of the motor. On the piston, you will see molded in this little divot, this little dot. That is the front of the piston. The intake valve reliefs are going to be on what would be the passenger side in the US, meaning that this needs to be the front. So I got to make sure that my orientation is good. Now, let's see if I can show you this. If you look inside here, you can actually see the clip that is physically inside the piston there. You see that? This little clip here thing? That, when the pin goes through, like that, it essentially keeps the pin from falling out. That's its entire purpose. Okay? So what I need to do now is I need to lube this up and get this entire assembly put together. So, this is where the mess comes into play and why I've got the plastic stuff everywhere. So, getting it all lubed up. Oh, it's easier just to do this, right? Okay, time to make a mess. Okay, there's the pin. And yeah, this is where the mess is. Rat the Ripper, what's up, dude? This stuff is quite thick, so it's very stringy as well. It's a mess. A mess is what it is. Okay, again, doing a sanity check. Confirming that all 4 dots are up, and I can see the names on all 4 piston rod combos. Sweet. Alright, so now comes a little awesome little tool that I got. Let me clean this up a little bit. How's the assembly going on? So far, so good. We did the entire assembly to get the crankshaft on there. So, put the crankshaft into place without any lubrication at all. Tightened everything down. We did have Plastigauge. We had Plastigauge in it. And we tightened it down, torqued it all down to 60 foot-pounds, loosened everything back up, checked the Plastigauge. The clearances are just fine. Lubed everything up. Well, cleaned everything up, got all the Plastigauge material off. Lubed everything up, put the crankshaft back in, everything's back down. It's done. So now that the crankshaft's here, it spins. You guys can't see it because it's off camera. But now we've moved over to the piston rod assemblies, which is what I'm working on right now. We've got the piston pin and the rod now together. We need to get the other circlip on the opposite side to hold everything together. So that is where this little magical tool comes into play. This thing is frickin' magic. Let me try to get it on camera now. Okay, so this is a 2-piece tool. Okay, and this fits in there, and it pokes up slightly. That's all this tool is. That's it, right? So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go back to my piston box. Or no, not the piston box. Where is it? Where did I set them down at? That's now the problem. I keep doing this. Oh, I set the thing down somewhere and now I've lost it. There they are. So in this bag, I've got 4 more clips. And what I need for this is I need a screwdriver. Okay, so we have those. I'm going to try to use this little wrench. I don't know if it is small enough to do this. We'll find out shortly. All right. So what you do is you take the tool, take it apart. Okay. Now this piece, you can see how the clip is larger than the actual tool, right? So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to take this clip and see it is too big, damn it. I need to find a, this might work. Okay, I've got a hook-shaped scribe. I'm going to stick it through the thing. And what I want to do is I want to hook that thing and pull it in. Squeeze the clip. Okay, so I've now pull that out. So as you can see, the clip is now, the ends of it are touching. It's under a lot of pressure. I'm going to take that, I'm going to angle it. See how now it's weirdly angled with the open part right there, right? Well, the cool part with this tool now, you take that tool, you take it, and you line up, and you put it in the piston, and then you push it down, you hear that thing fire, and it just installed the clip. That easy. This is an amazing tool. To do what I just did by hand is a royal pain in the ass. This is so worth it. So, do it again. Take my little hook. Squeeze and pull it in. Pull it out. Angle it. Now this thing is under a lot of tension, so you want to be very careful because it will fly across the room. Okay, that one is not fully seated, so we're going to move on to the next one. Actually, none of these are fully seated. Hold on. There it goes. A little bit more pressure. Okay. There we go. Cool. Next. It took me over an hour to get the clips on the opposite side of these pistons in by hand. Look how easy it is with this tool. Like, I was literally fighting with the opposite side because I didn't have this tool at that point. This thing is amazing. I love this thing. Okay, that did not go in properly. Try that again. I didn't get it fully seated in. Let's try that again. There we go. First try. Oh my god, that is so nice. Cool. Now the next bit, the only reason why I'm a little bit on wanting to do it is that part of it involves dumping oil everywhere. And I'm wondering if it would be... I might need to go into my garage and find my tarp, because I don't want to spill oil all over this floor. So there's the bottom end. You can see the crankshaft in there. So, yeah, let's see if we can work on this next part. So, as you can see, crankshaft does rotate. So what I'm going to do here is just a couple things here. Hold on. Still having drips everywhere. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the number 4 and the number 1 pistons. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is flywheel transmission. We're going to take 1 and 4. We're going to turn it so 1 and 4 are the furthest up from here. And what that will do is that when I pull this pin and then do this, they are now the furthest down. Hey, buddy, welcome back. Hey, Malcolm. There's treats up here, buddy. All right, so I've got these in reverse order. So let's start off with 4. And this is the part that I'm really not looking forward to. Put that underneath it to catch any spilled oil. Sorry, I'm trying to think how I'm going to do this. All right. So I have the rings for the number 4 cylinder. These are sized to fit inside the cylinder with the proper amount of end play. AKA, let's see if I can show you this. What I essentially did was take the ring goes into the cylinder much like this. I then used an old piston with a ring in there to take it and push down, and that ring makes it equal so it is pushed down in exact parallel to the deck, right? Then I used a feeler gauge to measure the end gap. And I did that with all the rings. So there's 5 rings per cylinder. You have to do it with 4 of them on each cylinder. The 5th ring is actually the oil control ring, which is pre-sized. It's something else. But those are all sized up. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take these rings, and they've got to go on in a very specific order. So let me now open up the Google and confirm what that order is supposed to be. I believe those 2 are the bottom ones. The oil control, this was on the last engine stream. I think so. This is the oil control ring. You can see how it is a very unique shape, right? And then it has, you can see where it opens up, and you got to essentially butt those 2 little things together, and that gives you like this is essentially the oil scraper. It scrapes a lot of the oil off, but you got to put it in a certain orientation, and that's what I got to double check here. There's a piece of paper. I'll do that one right there. Here you go. Okay. All right. Pause music. This one I got to kind of concentrate on here, okay? oil ring installation without a rotational locking detent, which is what I have. Okay, so the butted tips face up. Good. Okay. Okay, so the 5 rings, they go in a certain orientation where the gap is between them. One is going to be over here, one is going to be down here, one is on the top, and one is on the bottom. And the oil ring expander is on the opposite side. So they give me a little diagram here that looks like that. You can kind of see where, when viewed from the top, where it is supposed to be. Piston pin center line, okay. In gap placements. And usually the larger valves are the intake. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so now they all have slightly different colors, and I think this... So another thing to look at this at is, and this one I gotta go to the other camera for. You can see how this ring is super bright, shiny. If you look right there, there's a little tiny N. You guys see that? The N always faces up. So that shows you the orientation. So I think this is the very top one, followed by this kind of dull gray one. And this dull gray one has something interesting with it too. Again, you have the little N on it. This one might be a little bit easier to see. Right there. But the interesting thing with this ring is if I'm able to get a profile view. This ring has a little stair step right on the edge. Again, it's essentially an oil scraper. So these go on in a very specific order. So let's see if I can figure this out. So we're going to start off, this is cylinder 4. Now the other problem with these rings is that they're very brittle metal. So you got to be very careful bending them. And you have to bend them out to go around the piston without snapping them. And that's why I have a special ring set of pliers. Ring pliers. Yeah, something like that. Which looks like this. And all they do is you squeeze them and they spread instead of pinching. So, those are the special pliers, and I'll show you how that works here in a moment. Right? Yeah. We're about to put a piston in the engine, buddy. All right. So, number 4 piston. Make sure that everything is good. Yeah, buddy, I hear you. So the bottom 2 are exactly the same, so it doesn't matter what order you put them in. What you do need to make sure is... No, that was it. You just put them in. I guess, yeah. Is it? Hold on. One moment. Give me a moment. I'm trying to double check. I see one. Sorry, I'm a little bit confused on how these go in. Top ring fits right in there. Secondary ring. Oh, I see. Okay. So the two bottom rings are on either side of the weird ring. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, so what we'll do, take these. Neither of these have an N on them. Nope. Okay, so you'll notice, again, there's that little dot. The larger valve release are for the intake, exhaust, and you want one of these to go all the way around, and that'll be on the bottom. There's one. And you want one gap to be here, another gap to be here. So do that with the other one. Okay, so those are now in. Okay, here's the oil control ring. Pull it apart, see how the ends are facing that direction. So when it's actually on this, it's going to be in the upward direction. Okay, now this is where it gets weird. So if I've got one gap there and one gap there, this gap needs to be right here. So we're going to take that, spread those two rings, put that right in between. And work this around a little bit. Hold on. Yeah, this is going to be a pain. I'm an idiot. I need to get those other rings out. I just realized there's a lip on these. I did not realize it had a lip on it. So let me remove these rings now. One. There's two. Sorry, again, I'm learning myself, so this is me making mistakes and learning from them. All right, so I'm trying to position all this up. So again, there's the front. This goes in this channel, just like so. Okay, where they butt together is right there. Now we put the other rings in front. Or ow! I just hit my foot. Okay. So now this will go below. Very carefully, trying to make sure it goes underneath. No, not on top. Underneath, please. Hopefully I'll learn it better. I might need to do these in the seat because trying to stand up and make sure they're in the camera is a little bit probably making it more difficult on myself. Alright, so that is now below the thing. Do the same thing at the top. Okay, there we go. So we got one gap on the bottom this way, one gap on the top this way, and where the two of them meet, that way. Good. So there, we got that. Let me look at my sheet again. Should I unscrew the lower part? Talking about this? Yeah, those are loose. I've already loosened those up. I have them there so I don't lose them right now. All right. Okay. Top compression gap will be to the front. Rear other one will be to the rear. So now, this is where we take these, and this is where the special pliers come in. Okay. So now this is going to go this way. There you go. Okay, that one's now in the lower slot. When it gets pressed, these things come within fractions of an inch of each other. Again, made sure that that end was facing up. Here it is again, have the end. Okay. This one faces forward. There it goes. So there is piston number 4 with everything in. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, and this is the part that I'm dreading. So just bear with me. I'm just confirming that everything is in position. Yes. Review. You are to the rear. You are to the front. So the reason why the gaps are so spread out is so if you have compression, exhaust, or fire and everything, the fire has to explode and then has to try to go through that gap, around this bit here, through that gap, around this bit here, through this gap, around this, like it has to, it's like a maze of stuff. So that's what allows it to have a nice compression and seal up nicely. It then takes the oil that's riding on and essentially uses that little bit of liquid to really seal it up, like airtight. Okay, so we're going to do that. At this point, yes, I am going to take the bits off the bottom. There's one. Now it's getting them apart is going to be the fun bit. They're on there tight. It's working its way out very slowly. There it is. Cool. So there we are. We've got that. I'm going to take this piece. In fact, let me just double check something. Okay, yeah. So if you look inside of this, let me actually do this. You can see this notch here, right? See how this one has a matching notch? Well, not matching, but opposite. It goes together like that. The other side has no notches at all. And that's how the bearings that sit inside of it stay in place. They're essentially pinned against each other. Right? So that's how I know the orientation of that. So now the next bit is I need my new bushing bearings. I guess they're bearings, yeah. The problem now is where to put them here. That is suspiciously lightweight there. Again, like I was saying earlier, most of the stream is me looking for my missing stuff. Here we go. Found them. So, still literally in there wrapping. Brand frickin' new. This is one of those things of you don't take them out until you're ready to put them in. Okay. All right. So now these, let me show you how these fit in here again. So this little notch right there is what fits right into that receiving notch. All you do is you take them, press them into position, just like so. And that's it. So there's the bottom. And in fact, here, let me do this. Purposely put them in there. Not enough. So see how now it's sticking out too much? Right? You can very easily just press down. And it goes even. Super nice. And then when you tighten it, when they hit each other, they'll kind of self-center. Right? So now, again, this is the part that I'm really not looking forward to. Because this is where we make a mess. This is where I literally take the jug of oil and start dripping oil everywhere. So let's get this done. We're going to take this and some oil. This is 20W50, a little bit thicker. This is actually the same oil that I run in my RX-7. So it tends to run a little bit thicker oil. Don't you have an oil pan? You can't have the oil pan on when you're putting the piston and the rods in. I do have an oil pan. It's just upstairs in the garage. So essentially what I'm going to do now is take the oil and we're going to coat the inside of the cylinder. So the piston the piston has something to lubricate it, just a little bit. Just putting some oil on it so there's some lubrication. And again, this is the part I'm not looking forward to. Something for the floor? Oh no, I have an old. You can't see it because it's green, but I do have another floor tile underneath. But now I got to try to minimize my mess. I'm sitting here doing this in socks, by the way. All right, so again, I've got all my stuff here. The next little tool we're going to use is a ring compressor, which I have a special one. Okay, so this is a ring compressor. You notice how at the top, look at the thickness at the top, it's really narrow. At the bottom, it's relatively thick. It's actually tapered. So it should fill up, it should taper down to the proper size. All right, so now all I'm doing right now is just going back and quadruple checking my rings to make sure all the rings are in the right spot. I need to get that scribe. There it is. Use the scribe just to maneuver the rings and make sure that they're all right. Okay. You're in the right position. You need to move it this way. Okay, you're in the right position. You're in the right position. Okay. Bottom ring. It's two. How did that get completely spun around? Holy shit. Wow. This spins really easily. Okay, that one's in the front. Okay, cool. So now that I have all that, fun. Dump a little bit of oil on it so it really lubes up these rings. Oh, way too much oil. Okay, close enough. Put you in the middle so I can clean you up. Okay. There we go. Cool. So all that is aligned. Here we go. Okay. All right, cool. We are in position. All right, so I've got it aligned. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to reach in, make sure, yeah, okay, so we're plenty far enough away. I'm now going to take my mallet, make sure this is, get that little dot facing forward. It is. Make sure it's in there properly, 90 degrees. And there we go. Pistons in. Now what I'm going to do, go to the bottom. Oh no. I forgot to put assembly lube on the thing. Shit. Hold on. And this is where I'm going to make a mess. Damn it. Okay. I've got it thoroughly coated now with assembly lube. I am going to take these off. And change to another set. But yeah, my floor in the back, it's this foam tile material. So I've got a whole bunch of extra ones as they wear out, but I've literally lived here for 2 years and haven't had the need to change anything out yet. So they last a good while. Okay, screw it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to reach in, I'm going to find the edges of that rod, and as I knock this down, there's one, there's two, there you go. Cool. It is now in position. Let me go upstairs and wash my hands again. Trying to put the gloves on when my hands are all sweaty. They're sticking to the gloves, so trying to change this out so I'm not having to deal with that. I didn't let my hands dry off enough. Damn it. At least I'm not getting any crazy drips right now, so that's good, I guess. And yeah, again, guys, I want to just remind you, I am not a professional engine builder. This is the first time I've taken apart a car engine. The only other engine that I've ever taken apart was a lawnmower engine when I was like 12 or 13. And I didn't know what I was doing. I just took it apart and put it back together how I thought it was. And it made the mower run better. And it's freaking great. Just rip the damn thing in half. That's freaking awesome. You need to get different gloves or something. These gloves suck. Just keep ripping on me. Oh my god, the gloves. Shit. Alright, whatever. This is now going to be, this thing's now covered in oil. Okay. So we're going to take this and rotate it. Just like that. When do I expect to get the engine running? To be honest, what I'm doing right now is the hardest part. So, once I get these pistons in, it's literally put the oil pump on the front, put the seals on it. What else is there? Just really put it back in the car. Wait, no, that's a 12. Where's my 11? That's the 12. There's the 11. It's like, why is that slipping? It shouldn't be slipping. All right. So the thing is, right now, I do not have these rod ends torqued to spec. They do need to be tightened up. I'm just getting enough on them to have it closed where I can actually rotate it. That's freaking awesome, and it's moving super nice and smooth. Okay, now we're getting a couple oil drips off the bottom. All right. Oh man. Yeah, the whole so much of this has literally just been I am hurting and not wanting to get out of bed, and because of that, the motor's just kind of sat. How much torque does this require? I got to find the sheet. I set the torque wrench to its smallest setting, so I need to reference the sheet again. Problem is I got to find the sheet. That's where the problem is. Let's see here. It is the SuperTech Miata rods. We go to miataturbo.net. Search threads. Wait, what? Next track. Volume 30. Again, guys, I apologize. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to double check my torque ratings for the rods. I don't want to put them on too tight or too loose because that'd be bad. So, yeah, it is very important, but that's the thing is I'm now trying to source the torque value. What I'm looking for is SuperTech Miata rod torque values, essentially. Pause music. Everywhere that I'm looking, everyone's like, you just need to balance to 0.2 of a gram. 0.2. I balance to 0.001 of a gram. Oh yeah, I think my my engine should hopefully run very smooth because I made sure that my stuff was balanced. I sat here for hours with a spreadsheet measuring it, like to explain how precise my measurements were. I had to turn the air conditioning off in my house because the airflow across the room would cause it to vary. That's how precise I was balancing my rods and pistons. And the reason why I did that is that I essentially had to do the same thing when I balanced A10 control surfaces. And that was an interesting thing too. Like you would sit there with a piece of like 280 sandpaper and you would literally go scratch, scratch, and then blow the dust away and then remeasure the aircraft control surface to get it balanced just right. Because it's amazing how little forces like that add up. Do the same thing on my damn engine because from what I'm told, BP, the Miata series engines from the factory are balanced within 2 grams. So going from an engine that's balanced from 2 grams to an engine that's balanced to 1/100th of a gram should be much better. I think I might have just found it. Just double check. Hold on one moment. trying to... Yeah, the problem that I'm having is the SuperTech website seems to be down. Every time I try to go to it, it does not... Pause music. Okay, this might be a slight problem. I cannot seem to find a working website that actually has the torque specs. That's really annoying. I'm trying to find anybody who sells them third party because the main website's down. I'm trying to see if anybody has like a copy of the sheet that explains what the torque specs on them are too. Oh, I thought I had that damn sheet here. Because this is the sheet for the pistons. Where's the sheet for the rods? Yeah, this is kind of annoying. I do have the bolt spec, however, so let's check that. 3/8-inch ARP bolts. Yeah, Miata Turbo is like the place to go if you want anything for Miata stuff. Like, doesn't matter if it's a turbo car or whatever. They'll make fun of you for not having a turbo, but it's one of the best places. It's got so much information. Engine performance. Advanced search. Keyword. Super Tech. Super Tech. You okay, buddy? Get it out. Okay. Keywords. Hmm. You know what? Hold on a minute. Let me check Wayback Machine. Maybe it has the Super Tech website still, maybe. Hmm. The problem is it's 7:30 in the morning here. It's still 5 in the morning in California. So they're not there yet. Oh, it sucks that they don't have the damn data sheet available online. Let's see here. I might have to actually end the stream now at this point because I can't do anything else until I find these numbers. And I gotta get the numbers from the company that I bought them from. I'm just trying to remember. See, it's got the bolt size, but then they've got the weight. Yeah, they don't have the torque. Wasn't there a manual? No, like what it came with, and that's what makes. I'm wondering now. The thing is, I go online, they don't have a data sheet there either. For the stock Miata rods, how should you know the torque then? Well, no, the ones that I put on, those are known because that's part of the block. These are the rods, and I thought it was written in this thing right here, but it's not. So I've got to contact the company and get the actual numbers from them. According to the regular stock Miata rods, they're torqued to the camshaft cap bolts. No, that's okay. Hold on. Connecting rod cap bolt torque is 37 to 40 foot-pounds. Okay, now 37 to 40 foot-pounds for the stock rods. Those caps 40 to 43, but because I'm using aftermarket ones, they're up to 60 because they're stronger. So, like, at this point, I'm not torquing them to final values. I have them snug right now. I'm not tightening them down. I'm going to wait until I actually get the values back from the people I bought them from. Wait. No, I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm an idiot. I am such an idiot. $43 foot-pounds. 43 foot-pounds. Pause music. I suddenly recalled something because I remember calling them about a year ago when I originally bought these damn things, and I remember the discussion was something to the effect of, I want to buy these rods. We don't have those, like, I ordered them online. They called me because they didn't have them in stock. And what they were going to do is they're like, effectively what happens is that there's like 2 companies total that make all these rods for a bunch of different vehicles. And then when they're sent to these specialist companies, they laser etch their logo on the side. All the rods are all the same. They're just laser etched whatever, right? So I remember him telling me that the ones I'm getting are technically Eagle forged rods. And Eagle has their spec sheet for these rods. It's the same exact rod. 43 foot-pounds. Use ARP Moly Lube only, it says. 43 foot-pounds. Now, I am going to step it up. So I am going to go to 20, then 30, then 43. So, now to do this precisely. Striker Wolf, thank you very much for that resub, dude. Appreciate that. Alright, foot-pounds. What did I say? It's going to start off on 20, right? Thank you for that, dude. Alright, so we're going to do 20. Now I need to get this thing where it's perpendicular, so it's... I do not want to apply the force this way because that will just make everything move, so I'm going to apply it backwards. Oh, shit, don't do that. Okay, step 2, let's actually get that into position like so. Okay. This thing's damn tight, sure. Okay. That's 20. Stop rotating, please. What did I say that final value was? 43. There we go. 43. Oh, man. One piston rod is installed. Okay, let's flip it over. Let's get number 1. So that was number 4. We're now going to do number 1. Striker Wolf, take care, dude. Thanks for dropping in today. All right. Grab the number 1 rod. Take it over here, and let's start assembling it. Actually, no. Where are... There they are. Okay. So I need the number 1 rings. Open that up. Move all this stuff out of the way. Get my 5 rings out. Get the 5 rings untangled from each other. There you go. Okay. So start off with the oil control ring. Find where it is. Those go up. Okay, there's that. Turn it so it's in the right orientation. Bottom oil control ring. Where's my sheet? I need my sheet. Oh crap, where'd I put my sheet? was moving papers all around looking at stuff and I couldn't... Oh, crap. Where's that orientation? Oh, no. Turn that off. Oh. Oh, yeah, of course. Where's that orientation sheet? Oh, that's no good. I was literally just waving it around a moment ago. Where'd it go to? That's really not good. There it is. Okay. I'm like moving everything around looking for stuff. I need that little diagram right there again. Okay. So bottom. Okay, good. Got that one. This one goes on the bottom. So it goes in there and around. And on the bottom. Oh, okay. Like I thought I heard something. Okay. Alright. So let's try to keep that oil control ring still. Use our scribe. Move that ring just a tiny bit. There you are, okay. Alright, top oil control ring. Right there. Okay, that one's in position. Nice. Okay, next, need the gray one. Gray one will go opening towards the back. The N is up. Oh, don't do that. Okay, there's the other one. Find the N. There's the N. N is also up again. Take this. Put it in there. This now spins around 180 degrees. This one's now in the front. That thing's under some tension now. Alright, and it is in. Sweet. Okay. Cool. Alright, so let's pull these out of the bottom. Oh, I did it again. I should have taken this off before. That one was a little bit easier now that I knew what to do with it. All right. Make sure orientation is correct. There, 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 there. Okay, cool. That one is good. I am now going to take one of these bearings. Go on right there. In position. Okay, and now I'm going to make a freaking mess. So I am again going to take the oil and pour it all on the rings. Assembly lube. Launch that in here. Okay, there we go. Move all this shit off. Get my ring compressor. Make sure everything is still in proper order. Essentially, trying to get the rings to fall down into the compressor. There we go. And what I'll do is get the bottom of the pistons coming out the bottom there. Now going to align the combo, get it positioned, and have it set down just like that. I'll clean my hands off a little bit here. Because the next bit is literally make sure the compressor's down as much as possible. Make sure that it's straight. And there you go. Second piston is in. Or I should say, technically, the number one piston is in. So now, take that, and going on the bottom, single cat here. I'm going to reach up, I'm going to find the rod. As it comes down, there it is. And now that I have it, I'm going to guide it in position. Another set of these bearings. 20 foot-pounds. Right now, this is just to get it snug, though. It's not even closed yet. So going right up to 43. There's 43. All right, so we got 2 of the 4 pistons in and torqued down. The only other thing I'm kind of want to do here is spilling oil everywhere where I didn't want to do it. Whatever. What is it, buddy? Hmm? What is it, Malcolm? There we go. Cool. 2 down, 2 to go, right? Oh, some other things I should say that I'm doing differently with this engine. I should have pointed this out before I put the crankshaft in. The engine in stock form has what are called oil squirters, okay? Essentially what they do is they're these little banjo bolts. Do you guys know what a banjo bolt is? A banjo bolt is a bolt that has a hole drilled partially through it, and then near its top, underneath the cap, it's drilled across. And what a banjo bolt is sometimes used to do is you can sometimes bolt a thing and oil or some kind of fluid will flow through it. Okay? Well, you essentially use this banjo bolt. It's tapped into the oil supply of the block, where the pressurized oil is, and the oil would just be at these 4 locations, squirting a stream of oil, and it would just essentially splash onto the bottom of the piston. Okay? Now, in stock form, absolutely fine. It's what happens is that the oil hits the bottom of the piston. The piston is quite warm because on the opposite side of the piston is the combustion chamber, right? So this oil hitting the bottom of the piston, the oil is absorbing heat from the piston itself, and it pulls heat away from the piston. That's a good thing, right? Well, the pistons that I have in the car now are a completely different alloy because they are aftermarket pistons. Because of that, they expand and contract at a different rate than stock pistons do. And one of the things specifically for it is that you don't want oil sprayed on the bottom of them. Because they're forged pistons, they can withstand much higher temperatures. So because of that, I don't need the oil squirters. Let me see if I can flip this thing over and actually show you guys something. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to get it where these are not dripping as much as they are right now. Okay. Let's flip it over. Actually, no, you can see them. There they are. So, if you look right in here, you see that really bright bolt top right there, and a little bit right there, and then right there. Those are just the caps that I made that plugged those 4 ports where the oil would flow through. That's it. So, side effect. Side effect is that because this is going to be a higher horsepower motor, one thing that you can do is some people take the oil pump and they shim the oil pump so the oil pump is putting out more pressure. The more pressure you have, essentially what's happening is that all the metal parts are essentially skimming on that film of oil, right? The oil is pressurizing it in that thousandths of an inch between the metal parts, and it just keeps the metal parts from touching, right? Higher pressure, more kind of safety to keep it from doing that. The cool thing with blocking those 4 ports is that because now you don't have 4 giant leaks that are spraying oil on the bottom of it, it naturally raises the base oil pressure of the car. So, even better for what I'm doing. So, yay. That's what I wanted to say. It's a good thing. Alright, now, we got those 2. We have 2 more. So what that means is that we're going to take cylinders 1 and 4, or 1 and 4, and we're now going to exchange them with 2 and 3. So we're going to turn this. So now 2 and 3 are on the lowest part of their stroke. Ooh, I felt that. What the fuck was that? Hold on. thought I had a needle shoved into my foot for a moment there. No, I stepped on a piece of cat litter. I wonder who that came from. Yeah. Love you, buddy. Okay. This all the way back over. And there, keep it rotating. Keep the clean side, please. And rip off all the extra oil. Cool. Yeah. When I start the car for the first time, all this oil that I'm putting in there extra to help lubricate everything, it'll all be burned off. So it'll probably smoke a little bit on initial startup, but right? What is today? Today's the 9th. Here's where the crazy thing is, guys, is that this is the hard part. If I get these last two pistons in, and then get the bottom end buttoned up, if my body is physically feeling up to it, we could have my other car running within the week. Again, it's all like, I won't know until tomorrow if my back is like, no, you're staying in bed all day. With all the bending over and stuff that I'm doing right now, that's probably what's going to end up happening. I do not have any appointments till next week, I think. I love you. Oh, man. I think what I'm going to try to do, this might be one of my first times ever doing it, because I'm sitting down for most of the stream, because of just how bad I'm hurting, I might end up taking this Twitch VOD and downloading it, editing it, and then take this 5-hour thing that I'm doing and cut out the best pieces and actually publish that to YouTube or something. I don't know. Watch it end up being like a 6-minute video. 6 minutes of actually doing something. 4 hours and 57 minutes of just complaining about how my back hurts and looking for shit. That's essentially what it is, right? Right? You can't hear me, can you? Right? Yeah? Alright, buddy. Yeah, what is it? I'm trying not to touch you because I got nasty, oily hands, buddy. I've got assembly lube and what is it? 20W50 on my hands. Right? Yeah. Alright, let's move on to the next bit. So let's do the rearmost piston first. So this is the number 3 piston. Yep, number 3. Again, just confirming that the things are where they need to be. Just wipe off all this extra oil to just make it easier to handle. Right? Assembly lube is very thick, and I'd rather have it just be the thicker weight motor oil that I have instead of because the car will end up running 10W30. I'm just using the 20W50 for essentially this right now to make sure that we have a film of oil on the surfaces. Again, the RX-7 uses this oil regularly, so that's why I have so much of it. All right, let's get these bolts off. One. There's two. So this thing has a little bit of a guide pin on it that goes into that, which is why I'm doing it like that to get it off. All right, so let's find the number 3 rings and get them on, buddy, okay? So there's 1 and 4. 1 and 4, those are done with. Those can go over there. Where's 2 and... There they are. 2 and 3. We are working on 3. Right? Yeah. Alright. Okay. Dull gray ring. Really shiny silver ring. And oil control ring. Those little pieces face up. Find the intake side. That goes right like that. Right there. Cool. Bottom ring. Turn 90 degrees. Alright, so bottom ring. There you go. You're going to lay your head down, buddy, huh? Okay, bottom ring is in. Slide you over a little bit. There you go. There are 4 holes in the piston that as the oil scraper goes through, it travels like around the ring and then it goes into those holes to return back. You do not want the gap of the ring to be on those holes. So I'm trying to move them slightly off to the side. And what will happen is that these rings, upon the car starting for the first time and actually running and getting some heat in it, what will happen is the rapid up and down motion combined with the essentially the startup oil that I'm going to be running, it scrapes the ring against the sides of the cylinder, and the rings self-clearance, like sand themselves, to match the cylinder wall as precisely as they can. And then, once they get close, they're essentially riding, hopefully, on a film of oil. So they kind of do that self-clearancing thing. Alright, so here's the first gray ring. This goes in the back. The N is up. Where are those pliers? Yeah, okay. So that goes there. Okay. Bottom ring in. turn it, front, top ring, find the N. There we go. And there we go. All rings are in. All rings are in position. Double checking orientation. All good. Let's get some oil on this thing. And in fact, while I'm thinking about it, let's also put the bearing on the bottom. So, for me personally, I do have some automotive YouTubers that I watch from time to time. The ones that I've been watching more recently has been, let's see, Cletus McFarlane, Boosted Boys, Taylor Ray, PFI Speed. Oh God, I can't remember his name. He's the one that built Mullet. I can't remember his name now. Oh God, I've gone blank. Hold on. I've got to check the thing because I'm pretty sure he's been building his Cutlass recently. I do a bunch of drag racing and stuff, but my thing is with it is I try to, like, I'll watch their videos and I'll get like motivated. I want to get my car running again, right? But then my body's like, nope, your back's gonna keep you in bed all day long. You're not allowed to move. We're not going to allow you to function. Essentially, is what happens. It sucks. Oh, where is it? KSR Performance. That's what it was. All right, let's start off with the thicker stuff. So this is the get some oil in there. All right, got a bunch of oil on it. So all I'm trying to do now is I want to get the piston rod combo in here and get it to start being compressed. Trying not to drop it as well. Okay. So now What is it, buddy? What is it, Malcolm? Okay. So there. All the rings are now inside the compressor. Let's get a little bit of the piston squeezed out the bottom of it. Find the dot that signifies forward. Take that. Drop it in, just like so. I hear you, buddy. I need more paper towels. Where are the paper towels? All right. You all right, buddy? Yeah, eat your snacks. So I'm just making sure that the compressor's down, and then there you go. Piston 3 in. I'm going to do this slightly different. I'm going to get both these pistons in and then bring them down one at a time, and then we'll flip it over and do both of them at the same time. So what that means is I need to make sure not to mix these two up. Okay. There's number 2 piston. Oh, let's get down here again. Find the front. There you are. Find the number 2 rings. Get those out. All right. All right, so I've got oil control, top and bottom. Okay, and then the silver one. There's the N. Okay, awesome. So let's start off with oil control ring. Find the opening. Make sure the ends are facing up. Right there. Turn it slightly at that angle. Good. Move on over here. So usually me putting my finger on the back of it at least keeps it from rotating, which is nice. So this is going to be the bottom one. So get in there. Awesome. There's the bottom one. However, do need to move you slightly. Okay, there we go. All right, top ring. You okay, buddy? All right. So those rings are in. Secondary oil control ring. I'm sorry, no, secondary compression ring, sorry. That goes to the rear. All right. So essentially that one's centered over the pin in the back. Okay, there's the front one. Make sure the N is up. So other little projects that I've got going on in the house. Uh-oh, don't do that. Other little projects I've got going on in the house. Because one of the other things I wanted to do with my car is seam weld the chassis. Mostly a lot of the stuff in the engine bay, since I have the engine stuff out. I still kind of want to do that. My biggest problem with doing any of the seam welding, or just welding in general, has simply been the fact that if I connect my welder while my computer out in the garage is running, it causes all the breakers to trip, which is not a good thing. So I'm going to have to figure out something to run another power cable out there to run the computer off of, so the welder has its own circuit, essentially. All right, let's do this. Let's get the assembly lube. A lot more than that. All right, we got oil in the front. Okay, that's right in here. And sorry that I'm doing this out of range of the camera. I'm trying to. There's oil dripping everywhere right now. Perfect. Take this, drop it here. Position. Clean my hands. Get as much stuff on it. And welcome back, Dietrich. Trying to make sure that drips are going the way I want them to go. Alright, so now, take this, make sure it is down, make sure the little dot is forward and it's turned just right. Good. Cool. All 4 pistons are in, but we gotta still connect 2 of the rods. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna reach up here, do number 3 first. Find it. Guide it in position. Okay, this one. Okay, there we go. Drop a bunch of towels. Okay. Now, again, I want to remind people, this engine block that what do you call this? Short block? This engine that I'm building is supposedly good up to 750 horsepower. That is insane to think about. Or I should say, the parts are rated up to 750 before they start breaking. That's crazy. It's going to be a fun car. All right, let's flip this thing over, right? Yeah, we'll be going to bed soon, buddy. I know. All right, so fold it in, flip it over. Actually, take that, clean up any extra oil that is going to drip everywhere. Flip it over. Okay. All right, so this other one. Put the bearing down in it. Okay, there's that. Put some lube all on that. There's that. Hold on. Double check something. Yeah, perfect. Last one. notch, so. Okay, torquing them to 20 and then 43. So, let's go back. So, like this right here, what I think they do when they make a crankshaft, they drill a hole kind of diagonally, and there are chambers flowing through the crankshaft that's where oil flows through. But then they do something here because they have to drill the hole so they can drill the hole so the thing pumps oil to this area in between this and the crankshaft, right? So oil's coming out of this. Then they do something to plug that hole so that hole is only used for the machining process and then plugged somehow. I think they essentially use a ball and spring, and just that tension keeps oil from coming out. I think that's what they do. Again, I'm just educated guess. I'm not exactly sure how that works, to be honest. All right, so those four are finger tight. Now I've got to get the torque wrench out again. And let's do this. So back on. Go back down to 20. When I say 20, close enough to 20. 21 is fine. 3. Alright. Press and hold the power button. Turns the entire wrench off. Press and release that. Take that, put that away. So we are done with that for today, I believe. Number 11 goes back into the box. Now, I'm just putting this oil in there to get it to properly coat the entire inside. So as I rotate this, the 2 and 3 should come up. If I can get it to rotate. It's a lot more friction with all those extra pistons in there now. Plus my hand is covered in this stuff. Okay, I'm going to do 2 things real quick. One, I'm going to wipe down crankshaft with a little bit of alcohol. Get all the slick oil and lubricant off of it. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'll be right back. All right. My hands are oil free. Let's see if I can turn this now. Oh, so much better. Sweet. Cool, cool, cool. Keep oils off my hand. Oh, shit. Oh, that was about bad. I stepped in the oil that I had sitting on the ground here. Alright, so let's take this and put this down. Cool. What the hell? It's supposed to be lint-free towels. What the hell is that? Whatever. Okay. So, I don't know, not sure how much people know about motors, but at least with a 4-cylinder motor, you'll notice that pistons move in pairs. Okay? So, right now, the 2 and 3 piston are in the top dead center position, and 1 and 4. So, okay, 2, 3, 1, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That's the furthest down the piston can be. This is the highest the piston can be. And then as it goes around, now 1 and 4 are in the upper position, and 2 and 3 are in the lower position. Now, because this is a 4-stroke engine, essentially, at any time, one of those pistons is in its power stroke. Okay? So what that means is, let's do a little kind of demo here. If this piston is going down, okay, that's intake stroke. This one's starting to go down, right? Which probably means that that one is on its compression stroke. Yeah, so it's starting to compress the air fuel in the thing. This one is squeezing out this is on the exhaust stroke, and this one just had the spark go off, so this is the one being pushed right now. Okay? Actually, I take that back. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Mixing them up. It is incredibly difficult to turn this with such small bit of leverage. If I get I wonder, do I have a wrench down here? Having a wrench would make this tons easier. I don't think I have one of my big wrenches down here right now. Shit. Oh, don't fall over the chair either. No, I don't have my wrenches right now. Oh my god, it's just a little bit difficult to try to turn it right now. Hell, even if I had a pulley on the front would make it a lot easier to turn. Oh, I just don't want to spin it anymore. My hand's getting raw. Ow. Oh, let me put this pin back in. His head is slowly sliding off the seat. Alright, so, essentially though, we are done with this side. So let's flip this back over. I'm going to keep this stuff underneath the motor to allow any extra oil to drain. So the next thing we got to do is essentially button up the bottom. I believe, just double check this is my new oil pump. So this is the new oil pump, okay? This oil pump, see how it has these kind of notches right here and here? That matches up with this. So essentially it's the crankshaft that spins the oil pump. This will then be bolted onto the front. And in fact, it uses that little O-ring right there because it draws oil in from here. That's the oil pickup. So this will be like that on the front. Okay? That's the oil pickup. From there, it'll have to go up, over, and to the little basket that it has. Remember that right now the engine's upside down. Once we get that into position, there is a baffle that separates the rotating assembly from the oil in the bottom so it doesn't get splashed up onto the moving parts. And then the pan itself. But this will, let's see if I can do this now. Essentially, this. I see. Let's try and move slightly, please. So I'm making it parallel with the ground. And now this should get right. Yeah, okay. So it's sliding on now. There is an oil seal on the front, which I'm trying to be as careful as I can with so I don't rip it by accident. There it goes. Okay, cool. So that's now essentially on. Now my only problem is that before I actually put this on, I do want to put sealant on it so there is no leaks from that. So that's why I'm not putting it on yet. And why we will keep that for next time. But yeah, it looks like it. This spins, oil intake, it gets compressed, forced through this, through this thing, and that then goes into the spot on the side, and that's what forces pressurized oil throughout the block. One thing I just realized is that it has an oil port right there. I could possibly take this out and put an oil pressure sensor in that to get a better oil pressure thing. But yeah, if you look at this, see how these have these little lines in them? They kind of do that because you're supposed to put sealant on that. So when you put it on there, it kind of squeezes into those and creates a better kind of seal. But we'll do that next time. I think with that, though, guys, that is where I'm going to end my stream here today. 6 hours of me attempting to put my engine together. That was the hard part, to be honest. Anything from this point forward is just like little buttoning up things. The next difficult part for me is going to be the getting this engine upstairs. That's going to be the next hard part, to be honest. I'm going to have to figure something out because the block by itself is about 60 pounds. crankshaft, 30. So the pieces all together start to add up. What I might end up doing is keep the engine in its current configuration, minus the oil pan and everything, and like that, pick it up, take it to the top of the stairs, and I've got one of those little roller things. Just set it down on top of that for now. And that way I can move it around the house and then get the stand out into the garage and then get it up on the stand. That'll probably be the next bit. But I think I've got the oil pan in the garage. Oil pan I cleaned out months ago, so it's just sitting there waiting. I still have the bolts and everything. I've got the sealant. I mean, we're getting, like, that was the hard part, was just all of the balancing, all of the grinding, all of the sizing of the rings. Like, getting that all together and all torqued down, that was the difficult bit. So, we're getting closer, guys. Hopefully we'll have the car running soon. Like, I would really like to be able to drive that car around, because it has been almost 2 years since I last drove that car, because I ended up taking everything apart. It would be very, very nice to get that put back together, get the car on the road, drive it, like, here's the thing, is that the road to my grandparents it's a 70-mile-per-hour highway, right? 70 miles per hour puts the Miata right at 3,500 RPM. That's like perfect break-in RPM for just, you drive for an hour, you go do that, you come back home, change the oil, drive it again, change the oil after, like, I'll go to a medical appointment or something. Yeah, it's been, like, I think it'll be 2 years come October. So we're not quite there yet, but at the same time, it has been kind of nice outside, and I would like to be able to drive my car around with the top down when it's nice and sunny and not winter, right? And then, and here's the fun part, right? So this is the other part I'm really excited for, is I just bought a turbo manifold for the RX-7. So what that means is at some point, when I get this car fully up and running, and it's running good for a few months, so we know that the car is okay, right? Like, I'm going to take it up, go to a car show or something, I don't know. Something where I can, like, my car is finished, right? We still got to cut the holes in the hood and put those hood latches in, because of the welding changes I did to the front end of that car. We still got some stuff to do. There's still some work. Oh, that's good. That's really good. I don't think I've had something to drink in like 3 hours. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for me today. Again, guys, I apologize for not streaming often. Today is just one of those days where I got to the point where I'm like, I am really motivated. I'm feeling well enough to do something physical. And there it is. The engine's block is mostly together. So, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. Let me see if I can find somebody to raid, however. I don't know if... hold on. There are a few people here that I recognize their names. Hold on a minute. Oh, shoot. I am going to raid Psyche. So guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. Psyche is currently playing Final Fantasy XIV. Looks like they are on level 91 of the Dawn Trail MSQ. So I'm going to send you guys over to go see her. And with that, thank you very much, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Again, I apologize for the not streaming often. It's just that all these medical issues have just been causing me a bunch of pain and crap, and today's just one of the days where I felt good enough to do something like this. So, I'd like to get back and do it again, but unless I get like surgery or something done to fix my sinuses, it's, I don't know, kind of annoying. But again, guys, thanks for hanging out. I will see y'all later, and with that, take care. Later, guys.